Hello, everybody. I'm back. I'm back. It's been a while. It's been a hot week. Hmm. How is everybody doing? Hope you had a good week. I was busy, but I am back now. And just in time for all the good shit. The good shit, as they say, right? I got a bunch of things to look forward to. And we got news, and we got updates, and we got games this week. I'm still trying to catch up with everything. But yeah, we got what is it? Gamescom, right? Gamescom starting Wednesday. Well, technically tomorrow is the opening show thingy, the opening night live. And that's where we're gonna get some of the news, the first set of news at least. Mhm. 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 So we're supposed to get apparently a new Pokemon sometime in September, October. Mm. Mhm. 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 We don't really know what's gonna be coming. It could be Gen 2, could be Gen 3, could be something else. It's hard to say yet. But yeah, basically we got updates and news and games this week. So tomorrow we got the keynote thingy, the what you call it, the opening night live, and then on Thursday, I believe, no Wednesday. Wednesday we got future game show and Xbox showcases and lots and lots and lots and lots of things. Mm-hmm. And then also this weekend, this is more of a me thing, but I started getting into it. I think I mentioned it before in some of the streams. I kind of got into, well, watching more so than playing because I don't have the newer games yet, and I obviously have a lot of catching up to do before that's really a consideration. But I've been getting into Pokemon VGC lately. I've been watching a lot of the tournaments whenever they were live, like the big tournaments. I didn't watch every single one, but like the ones that are on streams, I think for the last 2 3 months ish. I can't remember. I think it was like I started watching. Yeah, this one in the Netherlands, Utrecht. I think that was the first one that I started watching. I believe either that one or LA before that. So I started watching basically. So I saw the Utrecht one, I saw the Indianapolis one, I saw the Italy one, and I saw the NAIC one, North America International Championship. So yeah, I started watching it because it's actually kind of cool. Not gonna lie, like I really do like it. I liked it more than I thought I would. I thought I was kind of over like competitive games and stuff like that, but there's just a part of me that can't let go. Like even though I can't, I'm not in the prime as it were, right? Because you know how it is with like competitive games. Once you're past your mid 20s, give or take, your performance starts to tank, especially if you're not constantly training. And I've been a salaryman, as it were, for the longest time, so I definitely didn't train these past years. How many years it's been since I had done anything competitive? So I'm definitely not in the prime. I'm not going to be in the next esports guy, but I do still enjoy it. Like there's still a part of me that likes that stuff, and I still keep up with it. It kind of comes and goes in phases. Like I was really big into League of Legends for a while, for like 2 years or so. Then I was really big into StarCraft for about a year and a half. Uh, and I don't remember. Then there was a period where I kind of dropped off of like I was watching like LCS and stuff and StarCraft Championship, but I think for me, esports kind of died down slowly when they started like killing off grassroots in most places. Like League also kind of you know cut down on the grassroots side of things. StarCraft cut down on the grassroots side of things, and people were no longer making small events here and there around the country and whatnot. So that kind of killed the hype and enjoyment of esports for me for the longest time. But I still dabble in it from time to time. Like I did get into Apex, I did play that a bit, and now I'm kind of just like watching the Pokemon stuff, specifically the video game, not the TCG and the Go and whatnot. But yeah, I do have to get into it and do some, experience the newer games. It's just that, like I said, these next 2 months are so packed, I don't really have time. But November is pretty empty, so I expect we're gonna be doing a lot of, well, yeah, yes, give or take, yeah, November, December, give or take, there around that time, we're gonna have a lot of downtime by the looks of it, and I expect I'll be playing a lot of Pokemon in that period until we catch up on things. Obviously, there's some other games that I still want to play. Fire Emblem is coming out in about a month, but that's for Switch 2, Fortune's Weave. And I don't really have a Switch 2 yet. That's another thing. I really need to probably get around to getting a Switch 2. Because a lot of the games that are upcoming that I want to play are actually either Switch exclusive or just also available on Switch. And there's some games that I definitely want to get physical, which means the Switch, really. So yeah, I'm probably gonna move towards investing in a Switch and then getting some of the games for the Switch as physical. Other ones obviously don't matter. It depends on the game a lot. Like it really, really depends on the game a lot. Some games I really have no problem going digital. Some games I really want physical. I don't really talk about it much usually, especially not recently before like the whole Sony thing, because for the most part, people buy whatever format they want and just play the game. Like I don't care per se. The fact that Sony's like really doubling down on removing physical also made me finally bite the bullet. It just kind of all aligned. It wasn't like one thing, but like it just kind of aligned that like this last week when I was away, one of the things that I had to do was like kind of clean up my room and do some spring, autumn, summer cleaning, whatever. I wanted to redecorate a little bit around here, take some things out of the room, etc., etc. And I kind of just I thought about it a little bit. Like I was thinking, do I do it? Do I not? Well, maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. But in the end, I was just like, fuck it, and I just packed up all my PlayStation stuff because I figured, you know what, I'm not gonna be playing these games anymore. I already played everything I wanted to play on my PlayStation systems, like my 3, my 4, my Vitas, all that. And realistically, like I played what I wanted to play, and I kind of don't want to play anything on those consoles anymore because it just annoys me because I think about all the decisions that Sony's making. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. All in the box. Everything's been packed up. All my games, all my consoles, PlayStation 3, 4, Vita, all of them, TV, PlayStation TV, all of them in the box, out. The only console I still have out is the Switch one next to my PC, which is probably going to get replaced with the Switch 2 sometime in the near future-ish. I don't know yet when exactly, like specifically. Could be in a month, could be in 2, could be in 3, could be in 4, I'm not sure. But probably by the end of the year, I'll most likely get a Switch 2, I mean. Because there's a bunch of games that I want to play. But yeah, for like the next few weeks. Let me see. So yeah, there's the Neo 3 DLC that came out, but I don't know when I'm gonna fit Neo 3 in this equation. It's on my backlog kind of thing. It's one of the games that I really want to play that I can't seem to get around to. It's just like I said, this year has been way more crowded with good games than ever before. For me personally, like, you know, because everybody has different tastes, right? But for me, like based on what I like, this year has to be one of the best years in a very, very long time for games that I just like. I don't just like, I like feel like I have to play, you know? Like they are made specifically for me, as it were. So yeah, the next game that's going to be on the menu is Star Wars Zero Company, which comes out this Thursday, which is a little bit of a difficult timeline because it's at the same time with all the game show and Gamescom and FGC and all of that kind of stuff. So realistically, we won't get to play Star Wars Zero Company until next week, most likely. But the thing is, next week is also when Onimusha comes out and Blood of the Dawnwalker. But I feel like Blood of the Dawnwalker is going to be one game that I personally skip over Onimusha. Like I looked at Blood of the Dawnwalker and it looks good, but I also like Blood of the Dawnwalker is September 3rd and Onimusha is September 4th. So it's like 1 day difference. And realistically, if you ask me which one of these two games I want to play more, realistically, honestly, it's gonna be Onimusha. Because I've already been into Onimusha before. I already know Onimusha. Already know I'm gonna like it. You know, every Musashi as a theme, everything, all of that kind of stuff. It's very Neo-esque in terms of like just the general, you know, vibe of Japan with demons and stuff. So like I already know I want to play Onimusha, and I also don't think I'll finish Star Wars Zero Company before Onimusha comes out. So Blood of the Dawnwalkers is gonna stay on the wish list for me, most likely. I doubt I'll be able to fit it in. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I do know I really want to play Zero Company. I'm a little bit on the fence in some regards because it's EA and EA always fucks things up, especially now that Zampella is no longer around. I'm very reticent. Like this is one of the last EA games I think that I probably will be buying in a while because I kind of don't trust them anymore. Well, I haven't trusted them for a long time, but every now and again, there was like a decent-ish title or something that was like, well, it's EA, but it's not like it's not the usual EA, like the exception to the rule kind of thing to an extent. But like at this point, I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see what EA does, but like they've kind of ruined most of my childhood franchises and everything. So I don't really trust them all that much. Star Wars Zero Company is kind of the exception to the rule in that sense, because I know a lot of the people that worked on this game also worked on the Midnight Suns, and I did play that game. I think it was this year. I have to check. Was it this year? Um, Library midnight. I think it was this year. Yeah, it was this year in April, and I got almost all of the achievements. Basically, I'm missing 4 achievements. But the 4 achievements. Well, one of them is not too hard. I just happened to not do it. I just had to play more Storm, in the campaign, but I didn't play as much with Storm. But the other 2 achievements are basically, well, the last one's obviously the platinum one, and the other 2 is basically just play the whole game a second time for one of them, and for the other one is just like do this end game mode with every single character. And it's just like, really, really, I don't want to spend the next 5 hours playing the same thing over and over again with the 20-ish characters that are in the game, or 15 or 16 or whatever. uh I mean, I could go back and do it because again it is pretty close, but like redoing the whole fucking game a second time is just, I don't want to do that again. Like I literally unlocked everything on the first playthrough. So like going through the whole game again just for the second option feels kind of just like eh. I don't know if I want to deal with this. Maybe some other time. Maybe after some more time has passed, I'll go back to playing because it is a good game. Don't get me wrong, but like my first playthrough already took me 92 hours. You know, like I spent a lot of time on this game already. Getting all the achievements and stuff, and I'm like literally only missing, you know, 4. Well, 3 technically, because the last one's automatically unlocked. Right, once I got all the other 3. It's just I don't want to do that. I so don't want to do that. Although technically, if the completion is any indication, technically the last 2 achievements, so like the Storm one and the Threat Room one, from what I can tell, have a lower completion rate on Steam than the Platinum achievement. And that might be because Storm and the Danger Room got added as DLC. Yeah, Storm is a DLC. Okay. So technically there's a chance that I can get the Platinum without actually doing the Danger Room one. So if I just play the game a second time and do maximum dark balance, I should get the Platinum. That sounds slightly less tedious. Not by much, but slightly less tedious. But yeah, I did play almost 100 hours of that game earlier this year. And it was a good game. Especially now, you can get it on sale and you can get it as a full package with all the DLC. Strongly recommend. It's a very good fun card game. Uh, the only thing that kind of like left me wanting a little bit is some of the characters. Some of the characters are a wee bit annoying, but I mean, eh. It's just it's modern, Hollywood type writing with some of the characters and uh personalities, and it's just fucking annoying. But a lot of the characters are really cool. I did like them. Even though they were a little bit annoying here and there in some parts, like yeah, like uh, I forget her name. What's her name? Um, I forgot the name of the characters. She's a well, not a new character, but like a slightly less known character. Midnight Suns characters. Um, so obviously I this that was my first time. Oh, Nico Minoru, right? Nico. That was her name. Nico Minoru. She's a witch of some kind. She was kind of cool. Her gameplay was really fun. I really liked playing with Nico Minoru, the character. I wasn't a big fan of Nico, the writing of the character. Definitely one of the characters that kind of got on my nerves here and there. Blade was solid as a character, as it like the writing of Blade. Blade was really solid. I liked him, but his gameplay was somewhat well, not weak, but he doesn't scale well into the end game, I should say. Um, like the characters that I played the most as in the end game were Iron Man, Nico, uh, Iron Man, Nico, and I'm trying to remember. Um, because you can bring up to 3 characters per mission. Obviously, the third one was usually a flex pick because some missions require you to bring certain characters. So the third option was kind of rotated in and out. But for the most part, my third option usually was either Ghost Rider or Magic. Those two are usually the ones that I would kind of spin around. But like Iron Man is fucking OP. Iron Man and Nico Minoru, those two basically can get infinite turns. Well, no, I should say Nico can kind of get infinite turns. Iron Man can just deal a fuck ton of damage to the point where he can clear the entire board by himself with the right deck. So it was really fun as a game. Like I really liked it. And every character kind of has their own play style. Oh yeah, actually the third character was actually the main character, the Hunter. Usually on the missions. It usually was Hunter, Iron Man for the first and the second, and then the third one was kind of like a flex pick, whatever the mission required. Sometimes I would leave the Hunter back and pick somebody else. But the Hunter is basically the customizable character that you play as, and the story revolves around. But yeah, there's a lot of different characters. They all have different play styles. So like, oh yeah, Ms. Marvel's pretty strong. I just don't like her design. Personally, I'm not a fan of the character's visuals and presentation, generally speaking. There was a skin in the game that you can unlock, I think, or something. I can't remember. That I kind of like, though, where she had kind of long hair. And I used that skin, and it looked a little bit better. It's just preference. It's not really a good... Yeah, Marvel, that version, where she has kind of long hair. That was my favorite skin of her, for her. And is the one that I use the most. But hey, everybody has their own tastes. Captain Marvel was pretty decent as a playstyle. She's kind of a tanky character. Same with Captain America. They're not like... They don't scale well into the end game if you're playing on, especially on higher difficulty stuff. They just don't really have what it takes. But like if you're not playing on the highest difficulty, you can, and I would personally recommend it anyway. you have more options and you can actually mess around with the characters more. And it's more fun that way. Because, like, for instance, Magic and Ghost Rider, they're not really damage dealers in the traditional sense. Like, they don't hit hard per se. Ghost Rider is a lot about, you know, using his chains to like grab enemies and throw them around and stuff like that. And Magic's all about her portals, so you can like yeet somebody into a portal and into somebody else, or like, you know, make a one of my favorite combos was using Magic and Ghost Rider, where Ghost Rider can make like a hole in the ground, like a portal to hell, as it were. And I would use Magic's portal to kind of like make an exit into that portal and basically yeet people to their deaths and one-shot them into the portal. But the thing is, even there's like some mechanics where you can't like super abuse it, especially if they're bigger enemies, stronger enemies, full HP enemies and stuff like that. So you can't just do it anywhere. Meanwhile, Iron Man can deal so much damage that it pretty much doesn't matter. You know, that's kind of the problem in terms of like higher difficulties. Because on the higher difficulties, Nico and Iron Man deal so much damage, and the main character as well, Hunter, where the other characters just cannot keep up. Like, Blade's all about bleeds. I think Morbius is also all about bleeds, if I recall correctly. Deadpool had something, I think, with bleeds as well. I'm not sure. I can't fully remember. But, like, basically they had kind of, like, weird ramp-up stuff. And Deadpool in particular has this weird mechanic where he can't get hit because he loses like heat or something. So it just doesn't scale well into the end game. Same with Wolverine. Wolverine's is a tank and he hits often, like multiple times, but it doesn't really help because of the way the card economy works. So it's just like you end up with some of these characters that are really cool on paper, but in practice, if you play on higher difficulties, most of them are just not viable. Like, I would say if you're playing on hard difficulty, a third of them are maybe viable, depending on how you play them. That's about it. You got Scarlet Witch, which is pretty good. Nico, that's pretty good. Iron Man, like I said. And then Ghost Rider and Magic, you can do some shenanigans there with the portals. Doctor Strange is also pretty solid for card economy specifically. But then like Blade, Captain America, Captain Marvel, Deadpool, all of these are kind of like no-go immediately. Spider-Man is kind of a no-go most of the time. Storm's mostly a no-go. Venom's mostly a no-go. And Wolverine's also kind of a no-go. From what I could gather, at least. Because I didn't play them as much as some of the other ones. Like, I tried them out in a bunch of missions, and it just didn't feel like they had the right tools to really come out on top. Maybe one or two of them are, and I just didn't like see the vision, as it were, for some of these characters. But by and large, that was my impression from what I played. It's like, you play Iron Man, you play Nico, you play Hunter, you play Doctor Strange, you play Scarlet Witch, and that's about it, really. Maybe a Magic or a Ghost Rider here and there. Ghost Rider actually does have decent damage compared to Magic. So Ghost Rider is pretty solid as well. It's just that he has he has good damage and he has good crowd control, but he doesn't have good card economy. So that's why Ghost Rider is kind of, you can make him work, but like sometimes he's really cool to use and sometimes you hate bringing him on your party. But yeah, I really like Midnight Suns, and some of the people working on this game right now are also working on this one, right? On Star Wars Zero Company. So I expect some of the same general gameplay and presentation here. We will be getting some of that stuff. We have like the mission table and stuff, and you pick which missions you want to do. And there's always like, the way it was in Midnight Suns is like, I mean, I don't know. I didn't play on the highest difficulty, like I said, because I really wanted to experiment with the characters. I tried it out and it was just annoying. And I didn't want to like just run Iron Man all the time. So I ended up lowering the difficulty a little bit. just to actually be able to experiment with characters. So I'm a little bit worried that we're probably going to see something like that here, especially since this is more XCOM-y, which means, you know, some decisions are more permanent than others, possibly, which could end up being kind of frustrating, based on the way the story develops. But I don't know for sure. We'll have to wait to see like how permanent or how drastic certain decisions are as part of the game. But I do like everything. I liked everything I've seen about this game. You know, the stormtrooper, the bounty hunter, the scoundrel, the Jedi Padawan thingy. Uh, there's a few things that I obviously need to see more of in terms of like the custom characters that you can make. One of the things that I've seen in the trailers and presentations with like the custom NPCs and stuff like that, it looks like they can only be like regular rebels, as it were. So like, you know, a stormtrooper, a scoundrel, a medics, things like that. It didn't look like you could actually recruit other Jedi. So you'll be stuck with one Jedi, which is fine in the sense of like the setting of the game and all of that kind of stuff, you know. But what I don't like about it is like the option to bring two of the same, right? Like you can bring two of pretty much every single class, from what I could see. Like, you know, you got your story bounty hunter and you can hire a bounty hunter. You got your story main character stormtrooper, you can hire a stormtrooper or something like that. That's kind of how it looked like. You can also bring in combat mechs and stuff like that. But from everything I've seen in the trailers and the presentation, not once did I even catch a glimpse of two Jedi on the team, or even like in the recruitment window see a Jedi. So I get it for balancing purposes and stuff like that. They're probably very powerful. Even the Padawan is probably very powerful. But like from the fantasy perspective, like if you know, if you played XCOM, you know that balancing, especially on the higher difficulty, is everything. And if certain classes aren't strong enough, you don't want to bring them because they actually hurt you more than they help you. So you end up stacking certain classes. Obviously, there's enough class variety here that it probably doesn't matter, and melee usually isn't the best option in XCOM either. Um, so like having one is probably more than enough. Is And you do have things like saber throw and whatnot. So it's probably gonna be fine in the grand scheme of things. Realistically, I don't think it's gonna be that big of a deal. But it is one of those kind of like pet peeves of I really wanted to see more than one Jedi as an option, even if it's an, you know, unnamed Jedi, as I said. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I'm gonna have to wait and see also the achievements and stuff to see if there's anything like particularly high difficulty stuff that I need to do or want to do. But I'll probably end up playing this on a lower difficulty the first time as well, just to like be able to experiment and make mistakes. Because the problem with these types of games is that if you go in blind, you kind of can't experiment. You really kind of have to pick a lane, stick to it, and hope it works. Um, and if it doesn't work, you kind of have to restart. This isn't really the type of game usually where you can pivot once you've started making mistakes. So mm, let's see, the project Witcher 4 is now targeted 2028 release. They'll show Witcher 3 DLC. Mm-hmm. Bum, bum, bum. But yeah, this is the game for next week essentially, and after that we were jumping into Onimusha, like I said. Onimusha, Oni Onimusha. This is gonna be the September 4th. This is gonna be the next one. This is gonna be nice. DLC stuff. I don't really care about the special editions here, though, to be honest. They're already pumping up the prices way too much lately. I'll probably just go for the base version. But yeah, it's gonna be Star Wars Zero Company next week. This week's all about the game shows and the VGC. Then week after that, it's Onimusha, and that's gonna keep us busy for quite a bit. We're also gonna get the FF14 final patch. I think it's the final patch, if I'm not mistaken. When it comes to the story, at least. But also next month, around that time, by the time we finish Onimusha, we got BlizzCon on September 12th, and we got Tokyo Game Show on September 19th. So that's more games news there as well. So we got a lot of news, basically, is what I'm saying. We got a lot of news and updates in the next month time frame, even less next 3 weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 weeks, I guess. Tokyo Game Show and BlizzCon. I'll be honest, for all intents and purposes, I am over Blizzard. I do not have any expectations whatsoever from Blizzard at this point. I doubt that they can be saved in terms of like what I like and what I'm interested in. So for all intents and purposes, I expect BlizzCon to be fart in the wind, as the saying goes. But I am curious just to see what they want to do with the Classic Plus version. Mm. Mm. Final Fantasy Resonant details. First stage. This is kind of old news. Turn-based RPG, limit burst special attacks, awaken vision using Magicite to level them up. Visions awaken in 3 stages. Green Magicite is required to draw greater power. Magicite is found in dungeons, treasure chests, or by defeating certain powerful monsters. Visions include, main characters. Esper summons include, lots of post-game battle content, mighty foes. Optional high-level secret dungeons, battle with Gilgamesh, ultimate weapon. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing new here that I didn't already know. Oh, Persona is going to Nikkei. Dude, this is probably going to be the first game that takes on a Persona collab and probably doesn't end up with an end of service. I don't know what it is. It's a meme for the most part, but I feel like it turned true more often than it didn't. That every time a game collabed with Persona 5, like a gacha game, it would be like on death's throes, as it were. And that was their Hail Mary for some reason. And usually doesn't work. And then they close. So that's gonna be interesting to see. Yeah, a lot of Resident stuff right now, and it really makes me happy. Like I can't wait for that game to come out. It's one of my games for this year, as it were. One of them was definitely Grand Blue Fantasy Reeling for me personally, and Resonance is gonna be another one that for me is like the game of the year to keep an eye out. Like as much as I like Onimusha and Star Wars Zero Company and some of the other games, like Final Fantasy is my bread and butter. So obviously, I'm very looking forward to that. And Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, that one's just a good fucking game. There's obviously Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. I really, really hope and pray that it's gonna be good. Dark Arisen. It would be so good if it's solid, with all its updates. Oops. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. Well, hopefully optimistic, I should say. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm hopefully optimistic. I'm still waiting to hear what the updates. There should be an update this month, I believe. I don't think it's out yet, but it should be. Probably after TGS or something. I just remember Dragon's Dogma 2 August update. I'm pretty sure. Oh, it was already implemented? Oh, I think it was implemented. Or not. No, that's the update notice. At the end of August. Yeah, save system adjust. Okay, so yeah, no, this is the update notice, but that hasn't gone live yet, as far as I'm aware. But yeah, that one brings a lot of adjustments and changes. Like genuinely, like look at this list. This is the August update notice, which is posted like 2 months ago. A following update is planned to release at the end of August. Optimization, performance improvements, and system requirement changes. Added features and adjustments, save system adjustments, save slots, blah, blah. I'm not going to read every single point, but like just to give you an idea. So we have save system improvements, right? Dragon's Plague adjustments, UI adjustments, equipment filters, equipment enhancement. You can now check the required materials for future steps. And then, so basically UI improvements, to really give you more information or better understand stuff. Favorite equipment, prevent meat items used to be consumed via item shortcuts, change the max amount of an item that can be given to a pawn to 99, and the number of times the Eternal Fairstone was used, improve button mapping, control type keyboard, add function to skip the opening part of the story when replaying the game, pawn adjustments, right? Like a lot of them, making them better. You know, just better performance overall. Text tutorial display adjustments, tutorials, okay. Archer, change the explanation for front. And the tutorial, add the explanation, okay. Action adjustments, expanded number of assignable weapon skills from 4 to 6. This one's huge from what I understand. I haven't played the game yet, so I can't say how much of a difference this makes, but everybody that I've seen talk about it say that this was needed because 4 just didn't feel like it was enough. I don't know if it's gonna make a huge difference, but if everybody else says it does, probably does. Regardless, more options is always nice. Well, when the number of options is very low, more options is nice, right? If we start talking about like MMO style 20, 30 buttons, obviously that can sometimes, depending on the game and the difficulty, be overwhelming, right? Now we're selected to flinch. Enemies are now less likely to target you if you're crawling. Being attacked while down will now cause you to get up right away. The effect of stamina recovery. Instant extend the period of invincibility when being revived. Vocation adjustments, right? So this is basically balancing stuff. And some balancing and bug fixes or just improvements to functionality and stuff. Behavior of deflect when used against ranged attacks, made easier for blink strike to hit enemies. Adjust the timing window for toss, so it's less likely to fail to cast if the target charge is complete. Adjusted timing for some attack skills to connect more smoothly with tusk toss. Increase the speed to knock an arrow when using exploding shots and whatever. Increase damage of dire arrow. Increase the stamina consumed when using formless feint. Basically rebalancing a lot of stuff, as you can see. Added dash attack and charge attack to unarmed combat. Timing until you can grab an enemy again after jumping and releasing the grab has been shortened. Reduce the recovery time for unarmed weak attacks, made it easier to draw attention from a large enemy when grabbing them. That's the accumulation value of the blight debilitation caused by enemy attacks. Okay, improved quality of jump action, the tracking. But yeah, and then bug fixes as well, right? PlayStation, resource intense effectiveness, and then Steam added volume, more UI adjustments. So yeah, this is all coming this month basically, right? That's a lot of changes basically that we can look forward to. I'm still deliberating when I want to jump into the game because there's not enough time in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, I don't really know when to fit it other than October when the game actually comes out, really. Because October is going to be pretty bare bones in a general sense. Like at the start of October, we have Dragon's Dogma-ish on the 9th, right? And then Resonance on the 21st. So we got a good week and then some. Almost 2 weeks to play Dragon's Dogma, so it should be good. And September is also actually kind of empty for the most part. It's mainly events. And most of the games that I like are in the first half, so there's gonna be some catching up on certain games in these time frames. The question is like just what kind of games we use as filler. Well, filler. I say filler. Filler I use in the sense of like not brand new releases, right? Because we'll be playing Star Wars Zero Company right as it comes out, more or less, right? And that's going to keep us tidied over until Onimusha comes out, give or take. And we're going to play that. But then Dragon's Dogmas comes on the 9th, right, of October. That's almost a month between Onimusha and Dragon's Dogma. And sure, we got a few streams here and there with like events with BlizzCon and TGS and stuff like that. But like we will not need a whole month of Onimusha, right? So that is the question where we're kind of trying to figure out what are we gonna fill it in with, right? One of the options is, of course, some of the games that we didn't get around to in the last few weeks, right? So like Mortal Shell 2, Neo 3 update just came out. Stuff like that. Or I could look for some older games that I have in my library, for my backlog, like Code Vein 1. I don't have Code Vein 2 yet, but that's also technically on the list. All right, Code Vein 2. But like can play Scarlet Nexus, for instance, right? Metaphora Fantasio. That one's pretty big. I don't know where we can fit that one though. I mean, between Onimusha and Dragon's Dogma, I guess there's a big enough gap where we could fit Metaphor. And then we play Dragon's Dogma 2, Dark Arisen. Then we play Final Fantasy Resonance. I'm still on the fence for Phantom Blade Zero yet. Like, I like what I'm seeing. Yeah, so there's that, and then there's also a lot of Pokemon games that I need to catch up. Like I said, Sword and Shield, Scarlet Violet, I haven't played. Legends EA, I haven't played. And of course, Fire Emblems, the games. Like I kind of neglected my Switch for the longest time in favor of PlayStation. Jokes on me. So I do have a bunch of games on the Switch that I need to catch up on as well. So that's some of them that I could really play as well in this period. I could do Star Wars Zero Company now next week. I'm probably gonna have to do like a schedule ish for like plans, give or take, roughly, because it's not it's not like I know exactly how many days it's gonna take me to finish Star Wars Zero Company or how many days it's gonna take me to finish Onimusha. But I also, just based on the genre, I know Star Wars Zero Company is probably gonna take me about a week. It is that type of game where it's gonna take me about a week. The way I play the game. And then Onimusha is probably gonna take me 4 days, 5 days. I mean, I guess at that point, depending on how you look at the Star Wars is probably gonna take me more than a week. I mean, it's gonna take me 2 weeks because it's gonna take me more than 5 days. It's gonna take me closer to like 7 or 8, I would say, depending on how long I go. Right, that's what it comes down to. But like, I expect Star Wars Zero Company to be closer to 100 hours, whereas Onimusha is gonna be closer to like 50 hours or something. So yeah, Star Wars is probably going to be closer to 2 weeks, realistically. But I mean, it also depends on like, do we want to go everything? I really want to see the achievements. Basically, is what I'm getting at, to see if I want to do like everything or just like mostly everything. Because I usually don't bother with them if they're too tedious. Mm, that's another game that should be on my wish list. Yeah. Da-da-da. Mhm. 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 Choo-choo-choo. Ha, ha, ha. Are there any games you guys would like to see me play? That's another question. Like I've already told you roughly what I'm looking forward to and what I plan, but like remember to sound off either in the comments or on Discord or whatever. Let me know. Like, well, what would you be more interested in if there is anything you're interested in? Otherwise, I'm just gonna continue doing what I always do. But like it's nice to have a different perspective every now and again. Maybe I missed out on. Maybe I missed a game, or like I didn't pay enough attention to a game because I saw something and I got distracted. So maybe there is another game that you guys would like to see me play that I missed or forgot about or something. Mhm. Yeah, I got two articles. Both of them seem to related to um resonance, right? So there was this one from Gematsu. Mm, I'm not gonna read everything. You guys can go check up and read it as well. I'm kind of just skimming over things for now. Because I also already know the story personally, so I don't want to spoil too much for those that don't know what to expect and what to look forward to. I'm kind of just looking at the images to like get hints of what's to come. Like this image in particular tells me quite a bit about some of the characters that we're going to see. Like I knew some of these characters will appear as part of the story, but it's nice to get confirmation that they will actually appear in the game, even though we might not be able to use them in some cases. They at the very least appear in the game. So that's cool. Sakura and Ayaka. Mm. It's funny because I do recognize most of these characters, but I'm trying to stay away from spoilers and stuff. I'm just looking at like what to expect. So like obviously the main characters, some of them, there's Jake. He's gonna be a pretty important character. He's one of the main cast essentially. And then you have Sakura. Mhm. And then the Veritas, the evil ones, the Sworn Six, the Veritas, Veritas of the Earth, Veritas of Light, and then we get Limit Bursts. Yes. Lid, my dear Lid, I can't wait. And Nicole, and then there's the visions, obviously the summons. Ayaka, one of the best healers in the game. Like this girl was so fucking powerful where they introduced her, and she stayed powerful for a very long time. Her kid was just like the shit. I remember using Ayaka up until like close to like the end of service of the game because I did stop before that. But like she was a powerhouse. Obviously, you know there were other units because gachas often introduce power creep and all that. So it's not like there weren't healers that came afterwards that were better than Ayaka. It's just that Ayaka was always so powerful that you always wanted her, especially if you're a newer player. She was like your go-to starter healer in a sense for endgame. And Amelia, that's her BE sprite. I'm surprised they used that one here. Amelia, I remember her. She was used. I'm trying to remember why Amelia was so good in the base game. I think she gave you dual wielding as a TMR, as a Trust Master reward. I think that's what it was, right? Yeah, FFB. Mm. Oh no, she had the gunslinger apron dress. Ah, could have sworn she had a better award. Oh no, 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 no. I think I remember now why she was used. I think it was one of her abilities. That made her a budget chainer. I think that's what it was. There was the disorder chain. I think. I think that's what it was. It made her very cheap, like budget chainer for a lot of early games. Like if you were a newer player, you would use her. I think for chaining. I think that's what it was. Pretty sure that's what it was. And then Camille, I believe she had Aqua Blade, if I recall correctly. Her TMR was like a water sword. Pretty sure that's what it was. Aqua Blade. Yep. And also Aqua Blade gives dual wielding. So yeah, that was another pretty solid like unit that you wanted to get, mainly for the TMR, not so much the unit itself. Obviously, we're talking very end game because I played this game for a long time. I think she was pretty fine early on in the game, though. Like, I shouldn't really dismiss it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, she had quick hit chain and pile driver chain, so it was pretty decent. With her resistance and water. Yep. I mean, she was decent for early mid game, Honestly, she's a 3-star base. Oh, and Wilhelm, my boy Wilhelm, the fucking wall. Dude, this guy was a beast when he got introduced. He was such a badass tank. Like, nothing could get through him, man. Like, this guy had some really crazy TMRs as well. Well, hell. He had the TMR was the shield, right? It had one of the beefiest shield in the game. Probably the beefiest shield when it came out, and it stayed one of the beefiest shields for a while. And then STMR was the Imperial armor, which was also a super beefy armor piece. Like, this guy, between his TMR and the STMR and all of his tankiness, innate tankiness, and damage reduction with guards, with his guard skill and stuff, and he could also buff pretty high defense and spirit buffs. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember when Wilhelm was out. I think there were higher defense and spirit buffs at that point. But even so, like, he was pretty solid even then. And he had damage reduction, like, a crap ton. Damage reduction. Yeah. Chance to protect all allies from physical damage with damage mitigation 50%. And he also had absolute defense, mitigate physical damage, taken 90% for one turn to the caster. That was his big thing. And he also had good defense crusher and attack and magic crushers as well. So yeah, he was a beast. I still remember. Plus, he could heal himself, I believe, when he was tanking. It wasn't a lot, but with enough defenses and stuff, you could mitigate enough damage to where the heals would kind of like either top you off or like make you lose almost nothing. And also, he had like last stand ability. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was a fucking beast. And then his limit break was more defense and more damage mitigation. It was just like, dude, you're not getting through this guy. Yeah, I remember using Wilhelm a lot. He was a beast. Victoria wasn't that good though. Victoria, I think, was, if I recall, she was like a 3-star or something, or 4-star. Yeah, base 4-star. She was one of your first like good caster robes for TMRs, but that was it. She was basically another TMR character in terms of like usage. I mean, she didn't like get widespread usage as far as I recall. She wasn't particularly used as a black mage or anything. She had dual black magic cast innately in her gear, so that was cool, I guess. But like, all she had was overflow. Hmm. I mean, oh, she had Darka, which was Chaos Wave, and Firaga, I guess. Dark Bolting Strike. Yeah, but the damage multipliers on those were kind of eh. But yeah, I'm pretty sure if I recall correctly, she was mainly used for her robe, because Dark Robe was a relatively easy to access robe because she was a 4-star, right? So you could get her TMR relatively easily, and 55 magic on a robe for offensive casters, that wasn't particularly common back in the day. And then Ayaka, like I said, Ayaka was a beast as a healer. She also had some really good like her TMR was as passive, I think, auto heal, MP. Oh yeah, MP per turn. That's what it was. Auto heal every turn, recover MP 10% per turn, and then increase LB gauge per turn. But really, it was the MP because around the time when Ayaka was introduced, some of the fights, some of the harder fights, not only could they drag on, but they could also MP drain. Like they could attack you and drain your MP. So having Pure White Blessing and Ayaka in general, because I think she also has a passive, if I recall correctly, in her kit, if I recall. I'm pretty sure she has a passive for MP. Increase HP and MP, chance to ignore fatal damage. Yeah, auto refresh, recover MP 5% per turn. So between that and the other one, like you could get 15% MP regen on her very easily, which was amazing because it meant like every turn, even if you did get MP drained, because of her large MP pool and the MP regeneration, she would always have enough MP to, at least throw a heal, if nothing else. But like you could build her for like pretty high MP, so you could still dual white magic cast on the 2 casts on the same turn. So like a heal, maybe a slightly lower heal, like not a max heal, and then maybe something like a support ability. Oh yeah, and the other thing was during that time in PvP and stuff, stop was also very popular, and she could remove stop, and she was also immune to stop, if I recall correctly. Increased resistance to silence, paralyze, confuse, and petrify. Yeah, increased resistance to stop. 6-star. That's what it was. So she was immune to petrify and stop, and she could remove both petrify and stop from the party. So that's also another reason why she was super strong in PvP, and not just in PvP. She also had AoE revive for the entire party. She also had a passive for herself, where if you have her TMR or STMR equipped, oh no, she had the auto revive in her kit as well, right? So you could, pretty sure you could cast auto revive on your party members. Am I misremembering? I'm pretty sure she had auto revive. I swear. Oh yeah, it was under magic, not under ability. I was looking at special abilities. Yeah, it's under magic. Auto revive for 3 turns, re-raise. So you just re-raise on her. You do like double cast or something, and you'd cast re-raise on her, and then something else on your whole party, like I don't know, one of her AoE abilities, like increase the attack defense or just put a barrier on everybody, whatever. And it's like even if your entire party dies, Ayaka will re-raise, and then on the next turn you can double cast auto re-raise on her, and then resurgence to revive your entire party. So like you could essentially, and because of her high NP and NP regen, like it was extremely, extremely difficult to shut down Ayaka. She was an OP healer for sure. Firion, well, with the main characters, it's a little bit more difficult because they have different versions, right? So, like, I can tell you one version of Firion was good while another wasn't, right? Because it depends, like, on which version of Firion they base it, right? Like, if it's the OG one from Chapter 1, it's the 3-star version. That one wasn't that great. And the TMR also wasn't that great. You know what I mean? So it's like, maybe it's good, maybe it's not, who knows? Onion Knight is kind of the same. Actually, Onion Knight wasn't even in the game, if I recall correctly, initially. He got introduced later, right? As a 5-star later. Yep, with Onion Sword and Onion Knight's mission. So Onion Knights was pretty good. He had a really good TMR. And I think he also had something that made him good, but I don't remember exactly what it was. Yeah, he had multiple elemental chains. That's what it was. Wind, fire, water, earth. And then onion slice, which was neutral. So he could basically cover all of the elements. That's what it was. But yeah, Onion Knight was pretty solid when he got introduced. Vaughn was a breaker, if I recall correctly. Vaughn was all about big breaks. But here also, it depends if it's the 3-star version or the later versions. I think he was kind of meh for the most part, the base version. But then they introduced a new one. I mean, he was a budget breaker, though. He was a budget breaker, but yeah, not the best, but not the worst either. Like when you start off the game having 45% attack, defense, magic, and spirit break, that was pretty solid. But the problem was he had to get hit, so you kind of had to build him as a tank, an evasion tank of sorts. Yeah, he was It wasn't that great in the grand scheme of things. Later versions of Vaughn, though, he had a second version. I'm trying to remember. Is it this one, I think? Seeker of Freedom Vaughn? Was it this one? I think it was this one. Oh yeah, bursting break, 80% break on everything. I think this one was the version. And then you had, yeah, this one. Where you had bursting break with 80% on everything. You also had full breakdown, which was 85%. To one enemy. So you had 80% on everyone, 85% single target, and then you had 120 fire resistance, wind resistance break. And you also had Aureole Ray chaining family. Yeah, but really it was the break. This one was the big breaker. The big boy breaker when he got introduced. And he could also be made into an evasion tank. I also remember the lightning. Dude, if you had the right tools, you could build your lightning in such a way where she could solo Gilgamesh. You needed quite a few TMRs to make it work, but you could make lightning solo, not only solo Gilgamesh but auto Gilgamesh specifically. You could auto combat Gilgamesh, which was a very, very difficult fight for the longest time, until power creep kind of made it obsolete eventually after several years. Oh no, it wasn't lightning. It was, I think it was Tidus. Lightning or Tidus, one or the other. I'm trying to remember. I can't 100% remember. I don't know if it was you had to use Tidus or you had to use lightning with Tidus's TMR or something like that. I do remember something around that. FFB solo Gilgamesh. Hmm. Yeah, well, you need the 100 physical evasion, light element weapon, death immunity, and paralyzed immunity. Yeah, it was lightning. It was lightning. It took a long time, just to be clear, when that was discovered. Like it was almost, like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, something. It was a very long time. But you could auto one of the hardest fights in the game. And you wanted to do that mainly because of the rewards, because the stage rewarded some TM or something. TMR or something. And then we had Noctis. Noctis, I can't remember. When he came out, he was, I think, good because of the TMR. I think it was Ring of the Lucii. Had high attack, high magic effect, holy, and some abilities as well. You could cheese PvP a lot with death. TMR, Ring of the Lucii. You could just cast death, but it was really just a cheese because a lot of characters would counter that in PvP specifically, as soon as they kind of discover that being a thing. And also it was single target, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But it was really because of the attack and magic up, like it had high buffs, really more than anything else. I think that was the thing. And also evasion, basically, and chance to counter with holy. So, yeah. Mm. He was also part of the evasion build stuff. He also was a pretty decent breaker when he came out, if I recall correctly. He was an evasion tank, I think, with break. Yeah, evasion. Yeah, evasion breaker. And he did have some versatility in his kit as well, so that was pretty cool. Clive was very late introduced into the game's life cycle, but that is to be expected, right? Because um mm-hmm. He was basically in the Neo Vision era towards ish the end of the game. You know, life cycle wise, technically he shouldn't even appear in the game right now because he wasn't part of the first chapter. I think he was introduced around the third episode of the game, third or fourth, might have been even fourth episode basically. But yeah, very very late. Pretty sure it was fourth episode. If I'm being perfectly honest, I'm pretty sure it was fourth episode. Very, very late in the grand scheme of things. One of the last, actually, yeah, it was towards the end, like one of the last characters introduced, I believe, in the game. In global, I mean, at least. I don't know about JP, because JP did run a little longer, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, is FFB JP still around? JP. All around. No. That got shut down as well in 2024. Mm-hmm. No. Oh, 2025. Sorry, 1 year later. Yeah, it got canned the year after. So like it was in October 2024, the global version got closed down, and then in October 2025 the JP version got closed down. Mm-hmm. 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 This was awesome, yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. 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 Oh yeah, Record Keeper. That was another one, man. I think Record Keeper though still is going in Japan. Record Keeper JP version. Yes, it's still online. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, it's a different version entirely. Mm. Yeah, unfortunately, it's all JP, and also you have to jump through hoops to really get it rolling. Mm. Unfortunate. Oh, give me a sec. Had to turn on the light. It's getting dark. But yeah, and yeah, then we have the espers and stuff. I'm curious to see how Clive will play because again, he wasn't supposed to be in the game at this point, so it depends on what liberties they took when implementing. I expect a lot of the characters to not even feel remotely the same in the grand scheme of things, because the gameplay looks very different in its concept phase, I should say. Like in terms of, I don't think they like kept a lot of the standard like buff debuff stacking playstyle. I think it didn't look like it from the presentation, which means a lot of the characters will probably feel very different to play. And just like the general moment to moment interactions are probably going to be different. I honestly don't know. Like, you know, it's all speculation at this point. Like, I can look at all the trailers and images and stuff, but like, until you see how abilities synergize and interact with each other, you don't really know, honestly, if it's gonna work or not the way you think it does. So I'm just, you know, holding off for now and just waiting to see. But yeah, Carbuncle, Leviathan, Odin. We already saw Shiva, Bahamut's here as well. Yeah. And then we get some mighty foes, you know, enemies and boss dungeons and stuff. Dude, I can't wait for this game. You do not understand how hyped I am for this game. I cannot wait to play this game. I really want to see how this all plays out and how the vision system works. I genuinely, I can't. I cannot wait. If it's even 70% as good as the gacha in terms of like moment to moment gameplay, I'll be happy. I really hope they do this game justice. Mm. It's the same articles. It's the same type of articles, same type of screenshots, unfortunately. It's just a press kit, essentially. Nothing new per se. Yeah, it's just more of the same. Gilgamesh and Ultima Weapon. Yeah, it's the same press kit. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. I don't think there's anything else right now that I can think of off the top of my head. Mm. 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 Any other news? Anything else? Oh, original soundtrack launches October 28th, featuring 4 discs and 120 tracks. for resonance, but it's JP. Of course, it's JP. Mm-hmm. I'm still waiting for that update for Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. They said they're gonna be looking into it, but they're moving a little bit slower than I expected compared to the first, the base version of the game. I'm not complaining. Like I'm not trying to, make it sound like it's a big deal. It's just I'm surprised. I expected we'll probably see an update by now. It's been a month and a half, but I guess it's it's fine. Okay, where's my list? My gaming user list. Okay, Kotaku's being cringe again. Nothing new there. And just Corden being cringe as well. Dude, these some of these industry people can be so fucking cringe with their takes. Like it's yeah, whatever, fine. Do your thing, it's fine. Um, yeah, Kozaku's cringe again. Man, I really like some of these people that are in the industry. Like you can tell that they're in the industry and they're being selected for news because they're quote unquote, bootlickers or whatever you want to call it. Like I don't know what the better word is, but like drinking the Kool-Aid, I guess, because some of their takes are so like fake. Uh, like if they didn't have access to some interesting news pieces and stuff like that here and there, I really wish I wouldn't didn't have to follow some of these people. Ugh, I'm so glad I'm out of that hellhole of an industry, as in firsthand. I still have to deal with it third party in a sense, but at least I don't have to deal with these fake ass people all day. Mm, yeah, bullshit. Mm. Dude, Roblox is such a cesspool. Mm. Yeah, basically a lot of articles saying Witcher 4 is targeting a 2028 release. Nothing new there. But like there's a everybody's basically reporting the same thing. Mhm. Mhm. Uh, Yeah, like dude, there's a billion articles saying the same thing about The Witcher. Mhm. Mhm. Of course, the tech bros are at it again. Entity has raised $5.8 million to bring console quality games to the new web with a browser based platform designed to eliminate downloads and installs. Yep. So you don't own anything, you pay for a subscription, and fuck you. That's why, because tech is fucking rotten to the core. Premium's getting more expensive. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Blood of the Dawnwalker is supposed to come out in what, less than 2 weeks, 10 days. And they had announced that the game's going to be like 30 FPS or 40 FPS. Yeah, I think it was 40 FPS in balanced mode on, you know, Pro and Series X. And because of the backlash, they're now saying it's going to aim for 60. And supposedly this was already in the works. And I don't know. I kind of don't buy this story, to be honest, because there's like their official announcements at 40 FPS in balance modes, and then because of the backlash, just 10 days before release, they're saying it's gonna be changed to 60 FPS. Like that's not the kind of performance um update that you can just push in like a handful of days right before release. I mean, yeah, sure, it's via launch day patch, but still, I'm kind of a little bit skeptical. But I mean, if they can make it work, that would be great. But even so, it's kind of annoying that it needs a day one patch, and the history of like buggy releases continues. I mean, again, let's hope it actually works out for people, but I'm skeptical. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. It feels like a last minute cop out type of thing. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm done with PlayStation. Like almost every commercial I see, it gives me a sense of like, ugh, ugh. I don't want to deal with this anymore. It's like whatever. Mhm. More GTA 6 leaks, dude. Every fucking day there's a new leak. It's kind of funny at this point. Paradox commits a classic blunder and accidentally leaks its own game. Good job, Paradox. I do like seeing multiple articles about Final Fantasy Resonance, though. That's my bias, though. I'll recognize that and accept it. It is my bias. Mhm. 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 Dun, 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 dun. Mhm. 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 Style blades for Switch 2. Mhm. Truck bullshit. Mhm. Yeah, okay. This one I forgot about this one. This one's an interesting news, which I both like and dislike for different reasons. Um, so was this thing that we're talking about because the idea was so they were suggesting that the champion was made in part to preserve the classic rules, so like the turn-based stuff and things like that. And part of the reason for that was also because of things like legends, so they can start experiment more and move more away from the turn-based side of things. Well, not necessarily move away from the turn-based side of things per se, but basically experiment more with the formula in order to evolve it and stuff like that. And then champions is gonna remain. And I feel like that's kind of a little bit of a cop out answer. I think at least a little bit. I think part of it has to do with like they want to preserve champions and the competitive side of things because it does bring attention to them. And they still have the official tournaments and stuff like that. So it gives them an avenue to keep that side of the space, the ecosystem, safe in a sense, while also making Pokemon games, on the side for everybody else, kind of thing. I feel like that's really what they're trying to say. Um, mm, mm, mm. But that's really the part what I kind of like diverge from their position, because as much as I want to play newer Pokemon games, part of the appeal is the turn-based side of things. So if the only way to play Pokemon turn-based going forward really is to play champions, which is only a PvP mode, I don't know how much I like that idea, to be honest. Because again, I'm not really into the PvP side of things. Like, yes, I did just say a while ago that I want to watch the Pokemon World Championship, and I got into the VGC, but that's mostly watching, not necessarily playing. So like, while I am willing to give it a shot and mess around with it, I do want more turn. Like, I liked Arceus, but I'll be honest, I didn't like it that much. Like, it was cool that it was new and different and fresh, but like, I don't think the execution was that great. And I don't think the departure from it was technically still turn-based to an extent. Don't get me wrong. It's not like it's not turn-based, but like, it didn't feel that great to play, in my opinion. In terms of like the general interaction and transition from like exploring the world, dodging Pokemon, dodging attacks, into fighting semi turn based. But also the stats don't really matter nearly as much because the numbers are all kind of inflated. So like, the difference between a strong and a weak Pokemon are huge, but also not that huge in a sense. It just, I don't know, it felt like a weird game playing it. Like, yeah, I played it, yeah, I finished it, yeah, I got a full Pokedex and everything like that. And like, it was fun for what it was, but I don't know if I want future mainline games to be like that. Like, I part of the reason why I was okay with it was because I knew it wasn't a mainline game. And like, I'm willing to give a lot more leeway for side projects precisely because they're experimental. But I will generally, and not just me, most people, when they jump into a mainline series, they expect more of what they enjoyed up until that point. So turning, like, let's say in abstract, I don't know if this is the case, but like, imagine if the Winds and Waves plays more like Legends EA. I don't think a lot of people will be happy with that. I think more people will dislike that than people that like that. Like, sure, a lot of people keep saying that, oh, Pokemon is stale, it doesn't change, blah, blah, blah. But I guarantee you more people will complain or like just dislike the game if the next mainline series plays even more so like Legends EA. I don't know. That's just my take. Maybe I am in the minority. I wouldn't rule it out completely. I did say I kind of neglected the Nintendo ecosystem the last year or so. So it is true that I'm a little bit out of the loop, but I'm broadly usually on the same kind of page with most people, or at the very least understand their position. So I'm pretty sure more people would dislike if Winds and Waves played more like ZA than the people that would like it. So I don't know. This is definitely going to be one of those things that we're just going to have to wait and see. But like, historically, Pokemon has been a turn-based franchise, and turning it, it just going the Final Fantasy route of like taking the thing that has been historically loved for one thing and changing it into something else. I mean, you can see the result even now. Like, I'm a Final Fantasy fan, but I'm a Final Fantasy fan primarily because of the history, not because of the newer games. The newer games are fine, but they're not the reason I'm playing Final Fantasy. Like, if I didn't already have this long history of Final Fantasy, I probably wouldn't have played FF16, to be perfectly honest. It has nothing to do with the quality of the game or, like, the producer or anything, with Yoshi P or whatever. It's just that's not my type of game. It's too dark, it's too depressing. It's the crafting system is bare bones. The overall, like, gameplay and stuff feels completely different. It's like, I would probably not have played Final Fantasy 16 if I wasn't already a Final Fantasy fan. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I definitely need to get, like I said, I need to get back into the groove of things, especially with the Nintendo side of things. Catch up on some of that stuff and get some fresh, like, updated perspectives and experience with the Nintendo ecosystem. I still feel like it's better than PlayStation in almost every regard, even without, like, being fully into it. Obviously, it's not as good as PC because you still have subscriptions for basic access on stuff, but it's significantly cheaper compared to Sony. So even if you're trying to think of them like, doing the same stuff, you're still gonna be cheaper. It's still gonna be cheaper on the Nintendo for most things. Mhm. One thing I will say, like, as much as I dislike this, one thing that would make me, as a longtime fan, a lot more willing to stomach this is if they brought some of the older games back, on the Switch, the way they did with Fire Red and Brilliant Diamond stuff. So, like, Gen 2, Gen 3, yeah, Gen 2, Gen 3, Gen 5, I think it was, right? And Gen 6, some of that kind of stuff, kind of bringing them forward and having them all in a unified place, right? Like, kind of how Final Fantasy had on PC. You have all of the old ones, right? Something like that. I think that would help Nintendo a lot, in terms of the goodwill and just the general perception of, like, yeah, we're taking Final Fantasy in a completely different direction. Oh, sorry, not Final Fantasy, Pokemon in a completely different direction. Even the mainline series, which I'm not a fan of. I think they should stick to spin-offs, kind of thing. But it's their decisions at the end of the day. What I care about is really more the execution of it. So, like, even if they do change the mainline, having access to all of the older Pokemon games in one ecosystem and also in one, like, Pokemon bank kind of thing, I think that could really help a lot for them and for the perception of people to, like, okay, here's everything in one place, especially now that they've disabled some of the older systems and stuff, right? Like, I think one of the things that a lot of companies really underestimate in 2026, especially in the AAA space, is the goodwill and, like, the trust, right? And Sony, like, burned through the goodwill and the trust like no other company has in recent memory. Xbox has burned trust, EA has burned trust. Everybody's burning trust left and right. But there's some companies that kind of, like, still do a little bit of a tit for tat kind of thing. And I feel like Nintendo is one of those companies where it's kind of like, yeah, they do some really stupid things here and there, really questionable things here and there, but they also do things that the people and the fans actually want. So like, even though like you're gonna have some people really hate on Nintendo like viscerally for no fucking reason, right? Setting aside the crazies and the lunatics and the extreme opinions, right? Nintendo is still kind of like a 50-50, 60-40 kind of thing where like the positives still outweigh the negatives, even if you're a little bit more cynical, right? Like, I'm not saying optimistic, but like cynical. If you're somebody that's more pragmatic and cynical and looks at things very more like black and white type of thing, and you put it all on paper and you put all the negatives, you still have more positives with Nintendo than you do negatives. So that's kind of what I mean. Like goodwill is still on in the positive, right? In the green with Nintendo. So as long as they keep doing things that are still net positive, they can keep getting away with some of the bullshit that they're pulling here and there. But like they need to do those things, right? That's kind of what it comes down to at the end of the day. And I think that would be a good way, really. Like champions having turn based is cool and everything, but that's not just for the fans, it's also for the competitive side of things and having that ecosystem thrive. It's also live service the way they've built it. So again, they can also monetize it a lot more easily. It's also, relatively speaking, a smaller game in scope because you don't have to deal with like story and all of that kind of stuff. It's just a menu and it's just Pokemon battles, which is already a system that's been defined. Animations, again, it's Pokemon, and they're all bare bones and stuff. So like Champions is a very cheap game in the grand scheme of things, and which is fine. Again, I'm trying to be fair here, right? One of the things that's a problem in the industry is overproducing games and spending way too many resources, more than you actually need to make a good game. Like for all intents and purposes, Pokemon Champions is a good game. It works, it plays well, it feels good. It's nice to watch, it feels good looking at it. Like it ticks all the right boxes. Now, sure, is it a very complex game and stuff like that? No, of course not. Is it a lot of reused assets? Yes. But at the end of the day, it gets the job done, right? It's not over engineered. It has what it needs to have. And that's one of the things that I really like about Nintendo, all things considered. Yeah, some things, they get wrong like everybody else in the industry. Some things are unique to Nintendo, but by and large, when I look at a Nintendo game, I still have that feeling of trust deep down where like I can give this a fair shot instead of going into it like, oh, it's a, I don't know, it's a Sony game. Okay, what's the catch, right? When Sony puts out a game, it's like, okay, what's the catch? What are the catches? Because usually it's not just one, right? Or like it's an EA game. It's like, yeah, sure, I'm looking forward to Star Wars Zero Company, but I'm also very, very skeptical going into it. Like a part of me is really thinking like, yeah, I mean, I want to like this game, I really want to, but also part of me thinks maybe I shouldn't buy it yet. Maybe I shouldn't buy it day one. Maybe I should wait a little longer because it's EA and they're gonna fuck it up somehow, right? And that's kind of like the where I'm at with a lot of this stuff. It's like, where's the trust, right? Where's the trust? That's really what it comes down to. A lot of these industry experts, there's so many fucking idiots in this industry that talk nonsense and talk out of their ass, and they um mm, 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 Where was I? I lost my train of thought. Mm. Mhm. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Star Wars Zero Company, but I am skeptical to an extent, or at least wary of what kind of what to expect. Whereas I don't really feel like that when it comes to some of the other games from from other companies. Like the worst I can say for Nintendo is that I don't necessarily like the price points for some of their games, but that's about it, really. It's like I might not like the price points, but they're not the worst. They're more or less in line with the rest of the industry. So like it's not really a criticism unique to Nintendo. It's a criticism for everybody. But at the same time, I can get physical for Nintendo, so that's already, you know, a point in their favor. Not that I actually care about reselling or anything like that. I don't really do that. I still have all of my old games and stuff because they hold sentimental value to an extent, so I haven't really sold my stuff. Like I said, I still have my PS3 and stuff in a box and all my games, so you know, these things were part of my life, as it were, and my past, and what got me here. So like, I don't want to give up on them, but at the same time, plus technically speaking, by holding off on selling them and not giving, not selling them away and stuff like that, it means I'm quote unquote, you know, keeping at least one other person out of the PlayStation ecosystem because I'm not playing it and nobody else is playing it either. If I'm being a little bit petty in that sense. But no, it's more like, yeah, like as much as I dislike Sony today, I'm not gonna pretend like I didn't have good times with Sony in the past. Right? There was a past there that it was nice. Just the past is the past, and the present is the present. And in the present, I don't care about Sony anymore because they're just ass. But yeah, Nintendo on the other hand does have a bunch of games that I want to play. That are already out, like I said, that I have to get around back to playing, like Sword and Shield, Scarlet Violet, Legends. Yay! Honestly, I'm kind of mixed. On the one hand, I want to play it just for completion's sake and like that I can say that I've played all the modern games. But at the same time, the changes I've seen going from Arceus to ZA, like I was already kind of like indifferent with Arceus. Like it's cool, it's new, it's fresh, and all of that kind of stuff. But like Legends ZA, man, the whole dodging in fights while the Pokemon are fighting, I don't wanna. I really don't like that part of things. It's just unnecessarily tedious. At least for the type of game that it is, It's not like a survival game or anything like that. You're supposed to play like an action game or anything. It's just turn-based, but with a twist, an annoying twist at that. And it's not really turn-based either, really, because it's cooldown-based. So it's more about spamming certain buttons. It's like move, spam buttons, and I guarantee you, if I play it, because I haven't played it yet, so I can't say for sure, but I'm fairly confident in my assumption when I say that the gameplay is gonna come down to one of two things. Either like really strong abilities with long cooldowns that can one-shot everything, or two, if that doesn't work for whatever reason, because it does seem to be a little bit more active, it's gonna prefer either abilities that cannot miss if the game has them, like Swift and stuff like that, or abilities with like short animations, so that you when you press them, they almost instantly go out, so you can chip the enemy before they can move. It almost guarantees it's going to turn out into that kind of like weird fuckfest of a game where you're picking abilities not because you're good, but because of their animations and stuff like that, or animations or cooldowns or both. So you're gonna take, like, let's say, short cooldown abilities with short animations so that you can spam them, and then you're gonna take big cooldowns, like abilities with big cooldowns, but maybe they hit the whole fucking arena, like earthquake style stuff where they hit everything, so that, you can guarantee the damage. I'm fairly sure that's what the game is gonna devolve into, if I'm being honest. Actually, I kind of wanna. I want to look it up in terms of gameplay. Mhm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm. Yeah, multi-hit attacks. Mm. Yep. Yeah. And of course, abilities with draining effects and Pokemon that have like life steal, like Draining Kiss and stuff like that, Giga Drain, stuff like that, are also gonna come in handy because, yeah, that makes sense. So basically, leeching abilities, animations, like short animation attacks, multi hits, and AoEs like Earthquake, just what I mentioned. Mm, yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see when I get into it, but it does sound like it's more or less what I expect. Mm, 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 yeah. Okay. Mm, da-da-da-da-da. We got 2 more days. 2 more days for news. Oh yeah, I just found out the scandal is the Japanese band that sang for a bunch of anime like Bleach and whatnot is disbanding next year, and they announced that on their 10th anniversary, and they're gonna spend the next year basically doing their last final hurrah tour, as it were. Yeah, whatever. Movies, bullshit. More winning games. Okay, cool. Yeah, nothing else on that front. But yeah, there's gonna be some interesting stuff this week. Tomorrow we're gonna get a lot of announcements. That's mainly the takeaway. Um, well, I think we're gonna get some announcements. I'm pretty sure the opening night live is gonna have a lot of new games and stuff. And then the next few days we're gonna go into details and presentations and all that stuff. But nothing until tomorrow. Uh, mhm. What else? So yeah, um, this comes next month, right? Yes, Tokyo Game Show is also next month. Uh, Yeah, so future game show, Gamescom, these are both basically the 26th, on 2 days from now. 28th is gonna be Pokemon VGC. Well, 28th until the 30th, essentially over the Friday, Saturday, Sunday kind of stuff. I don't know if we should watch all of them or not. That's the only thing. Like I'm interested in it. I wanna, but I don't know about you guys. How interested you guys are in that? But I do kind of want to learn a little bit more about the game and how it works in the newer versions. What is this game? Mm. Yeah, not interested in that. There's nothing on Steam yet in terms of like seeing exactly. I probably should see a page or something tomorrow if I were to guess. There are any special games right now that I'm like super looking forward to? Aside from the ones that I already mentioned, like I'm trying to see if there's anything that I may have missed that would like fit my tastes and stuff. Mm. Mhm. 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 Ba, ba, da, ba. Mhm. Boy, Lethal Conquest, Berserker Kazan. I don't think I'm gonna go back and play those honestly at this point. There's definitely a bunch of older games that I would like to play at some point, but we will cross that bridge when we get there. Captain Tsubasa World Fighters. No idea what that is. Hmm. Action Sports 3D third person. Probably not. Plague Tale, definitely not for me. Mm, nothing really. I mean, there's good games, don't get me wrong. There's just nothing that I'm personally interested in or curious about in terms of upcoming games. Mm. Dude, what even is Torchlight Infinite about at this point? I swear to God. This game looks nothing like the Torchlight I know. It feels like it's Torchlight in name only. In spirit. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, so basically they took Torchlight and then fucked it up. Sounds about right. Sounds about exactly what I expected. Had fun with Torchlight in the past. This ain't it. This ain't it, my boy. To be fair, I only played Torchlight 1 and 2. I didn't play 3. I didn't even know Torchlight 3 came out. Mm. Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna ignore it, to be honest, because it got recommended one too many times. Right, ZZZ is now on Steam. Not that I care. Borderlands 4, don't care. Dead as Disco. Not interested. Yeah, nothing else right now. So yeah, basically the plan stays the same. Star Wars Zero Company next week, more or less, and this week we're gonna be watching and checking out the news on new games and the VGC. And let's see. Let me do a little bit of a plan here. So what I'm doing is not doing. Game shows, and then we have the week after that. This is gonna be Star Wars Company shows, and then the week after that, probably around here, right? 7/13. This would be only Musha. And then after 7 to 13, we got 14/20. What will that week look like, give or take? Oh, game shows again. Primarily, because that's the week for BlizzCon and TGS. And then after that, yeah, 21, 27. So 21 to 27th of September. That's a dead week at the moment, by the looks of it. Okay, we 2 dead weeks. 3 dead weeks? What? So 14, 20 September. As this, yes. And October 9th. Yeah, but that's towards the end of the week. So we got 1, 2 weeks that are kind of empty, 2.5 weeks. So we can definitely fit something in that September window right now. And then what we have after that? 12/18. 12/18 October. Technically also a dead week, which is probably just going to be more Dragon's Dogma, realistically. And then 1925. This is going to be FF Resonance, give or take. And then we got 26 to the 1st. This is also quote unquote dead week. Well, it's gonna be more FF Resonance realistically. And we also have FanFest Tokyo here, 26th first. And that's on the 31st October, FanFest Tokyo. And then we got all of November, which at the moment is all empty, technically. And then in December 3rd, we have Warhammer 40K. And then December 10th is the Game Awards. This is Warhammer 40K. And then December 10th is DGA, the Game Awards. And then I think it's mostly empty again, yeah. Okay. So yeah, we got a bunch of downtime, which is good. Good. Which means like we can do a lot of catch up on things. Um. 22 hours, give or take, 23 hours until the stream starts. Can I see here? Some game highlights from Gamescom. So what we know so far from their official side, we're gonna see Construction Simulator, Resonance of Plague Tale Legacy, Blood of the Dawnwalker, Nintendo Switch Sports Resort, Rayman Legends Retold, Honkai Star Rail. I have no idea why this is here and what they're going to talk about. I mean, they're gonna have a booth, I get that. But like, what about presents? I don't know. Maybe it's just because of the presence on the show floor. I don't know. Star Wars Zero Company, we should get some update, some details here potentially. Oh, NetEase is a Sea of Remnants. We saw that one earlier in the summer, and it looked interesting. The puppet pirate thingy, you know, the game that looked like it was made with puppets kind of thing. That one looked really interesting and had like some kind of like copyrighted music as well. I think they hired some band or whatnot to sing the thing. That was pretty interesting. Not really my cup of tea, but it looked interesting. And then we were gonna get the Witcher 3 DLC details. Stranger Than Heaven. I'm honestly kind of done with RGG Studio at this point. I just it's more of the same, and like broadly speaking, I don't really mind more of the same. But even when I want more of the same, I do want things to start to have at least something on the side that's a little bit new and different, and you know, And I mean, in a sense, Stranger Than Heaven is that different thing, but it also kind of just, from everything that they showed, it just looks more of the same. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna give it a shot or not, if I'm being honest. We'll kind of wait and see. But also after the situation with God of Dragons, yeah, I kind of wanna get over everything that has any kind of anything to do with Gang of Dragons. Sorry. With Nagoshi Studios. I mean, that one I was kind of looking forward to, but now that one's pretty much canceled or for whatever. So great, I guess. And RGG for me is kind of just not really interesting and new or fresh. And then I guess there's Dragon's Dogma 2 Dark Arisen. That's going to be interesting. And then Worms WMD, I guess. This is the stuff that's kind of on their site that we know we can look forward to. Obviously, there's going to be new announcements and stuff that have been kept under wraps. Nintendo supposedly is there. I mean, we did see a mention from Nintendo's Switch Sport Resort, but I kind of doubt that that's the only thing that they'll show. Griffline is mentioned as well, but I didn't see anything about Arknights. Capcom. I mean, some of these are probably just show floor exhibitors and not necessarily showing new announcements or games. So we're gonna have to wait and see exactly on that front. But I mean, there's already 2 or 3 things here on this list that I'm kind of curious about. Blood of the Dawnwalker, maybe we'll see something that kind of makes me go, yeah, okay, now I want to play this 100% instead of just wishlist backlog for now. Star Wars Zero Company should give me some more details that I'm looking forward to. I'm curious to see what that Honkai stuff is, but it probably is just the show floor stuff and then nothing new to announce. I do know that they have an upcoming like summer event patch coming up, like this week, because we just finished the current like story chapter with the latest patch. The latest patch finished, well, mostly finished, I should say, mostly wrapped up. I think we should get at least one more patch of Plan Arcadia, based on where the story is, to kind of like properly wrap things up. We kind of defeated the big bad evil, but it's also kind of not over. So I think the next patch, from what it seems like, is going to be like a summer themed patch. So it's kind of like a break, focused on Sunday and Robin, I think. And then after that, it's probably going to be 1 or 2 more patches of Plan Arcadia by the looks of it. Unless they do, again, deviate from the norm and give us another filler or 2. Who knows? But honestly, I'm kind of done with Honkai Star Rail as well at this point. I've done everything since 1.0. We're now on like 4.5. This is the 4th arc, essentially. 5th arc, depending on how you look at it. I've done everything. I got all the characters. I've gotten all the characters from the Fate collab. So I got Rin, I got Gilgamesh this time around, and I already had Saber and Archer from the last time. So I got all 4 characters on both of my accounts, both my NA and my US account. But I think I'm probably done with that now. And yeah, Dragon's Dogma 2. That's gonna be interesting. I would definitely like to see some new details about Monster Hunter Ascendance. I don't necessarily think it's too early to start the hype cycle. Realistically, it's probably a good time to start showing us something uh more, because we got one trailer. We could definitely do with another trailer or an extended trailer at this point. I would definitely want to see that. Mm-hmm. 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 Terra Enigma, what's this? Old school RPG. Okay. You know what? Adding this to the wish list. Looks interesting enough. It's an older. This one predates my time. In a way, I didn't know about this game. Came out in '95. Yeah, I was still too young when this came out. Mm. I mean, I could have stumbled upon it, but it was one game that never really crossed my path at the time. Bam, 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 bam. Uh-huh. Yeah, cool. That's pretty much it for now. No new update on that front. But hey, we at least got one more game to the wish list, even if it's a smaller game. Cool, cool, cool. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Mm-hmm. Mm. I don't see anything else. Okay, so what did I say? We're doing game shows this week. Yeah, I don't really think I can fit any new gameplay stream this week. And I don't want to, I don't want to play anything that's. But the question is when. Like, that's more the question, really, because I was gonna take a few hours every day for the streams, for the events and whatnot. Obviously, I started stream early today, but for most days, it's gonna be, I guess, slightly later. I mean, I could do 2 streams in a day, I guess. That's not out of the question. We could do 2 streams, one for game and one for news. Or I guess I could always just watch the news offline and make a video out of it if you guys prefer that. That's also an option. But yeah, I'm trying to think like what Nintendo games I want to play because I've been focusing mostly on my PC games and stuff. But like Sword and Shield, Scarlet Violet, stuff like that, I could definitely play because those are already on the Switch 1. I don't need the Switch 2 for that. That's on one. That's on one. Legends EA technically is available on both. Three Houses, Fire Emblem, yeah, something like that. Zero Company comes out on the 27th on Thursday. That's the earliest we can get it, essentially. But even then, don't we have stuff coming out then, I believe? Mm-hmm. The sun comes out. 7th of August. Yeah. A little under 3 days. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't think I can fit that one in this week. I'll have to think about it. Maybe switch things around a little bit. No. I'm waiting for the weather to also change around here a little bit. It's still a little bit too hot for my taste, and I have to still use AC and all that. Or cooler, more like it, but yeah, a fan. I want the weather to change a little bit for the better. Mm. Yeah, we can't fit this one either, so I may as well remove it from the list here. Code Vein 2 is getting an update in September as well. I don't know when we're fitting that one in. Yeah, Blood of the Dunwalker we're probably gonna end up skipping after all. I don't see how we can fit that one in. But yeah. Nonimusha. Cool. I mean, Code Vein update, maybe we'll fit it. I mean, it's on the same list with Mortal Shell and Neo and stuff like that. It's on the list. When we get to it is a different question entirely. But yeah, I think I have a general idea for what we're doing this year at least. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bam, 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 bam. I mean, we can definitely go do some Granblue Fantasy in between, get some farming in. Uh, and I'm guessing we should hear something in the coming weeks, probably next month. Mhm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm. Yeah, looking to see what people are saying, and there's a lot of stupid comments on Steam. Mm. Mm. I mean, there's a few posts that are, give relevant feedback, but a lot of it are dumbasses. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep, yep, yep. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna be right back real quick. I need to get something to drink because I'm running out of drink. Okay, I have returned with coffee and gum. I need gum as well. So I covered most of the news and updates by now. The real question just is, what are we gonna play? If we play anything. Mm. That is really the question of today. What should we play? Honestly, I'm probably just gonna boot up Forza Horizon for now and drive around a little bit and chill for the day. It's on the wrong monitor again. Give me a sec. Come on. Can I do it like this? Yes, I can. Settings. No, that's not it. Audio, no. Video, no. Okay, I don't think I have anything. Just checking some settings first. Give me a sec. Okay. There we go. Okay. Cool. But yeah, there's not much to say at this point. I'm just gonna chill a little bit. Don't really care much about the whole like live service side of FOMO side of this game that they added. That part's kind of annoying. But I do want to F around a little bit more with some other cars. Mm-hmm. Visually, it's quite a pleasing game, and the soundtrack and music is kind of okay too. I like it. Definitely has just annoying that I can't place a lot of it on stream, just because of the um some of the copyrighted music, you know. It's also funny that they keep saying that there's a streamer mode, but every single stream I had so far is with streamer mode enabled, and every single one of them has been claimed for the music in it. So that's kind of funny. Mm. Hmm. Do I seriously have to click through them just to make them disappear? This is such bullshit. Dude, modern gaming can't even get a proper checklist done properly. I wish you could remove to default. Wherever. Customized character was this bullshit. What top am I missing? What do you mean new? I already had that. Are you stupid? This is so dumb. I already had all of that. Oh yeah, these are some of the cars that got released after. Trying to remember which ones of these I didn't. I think I didn't have this one when I last played. I mean, actually, I can see by the date. Okay. I think it was around here, right? And this stuff is the stuff that I didn't technically get. Yeah, because one says new. Now this one. Toyota Prius. Uber. Porsche. Thunderbird. Good. And then for car packs, I think these were unlocked all from the start because I recognized most of these. Yeah, I recognize most of these. I don't remember seeing this one though. I probably just... No, I feel like I haven't seen these two in my collection. Probably should have. Like everything, almost everything else I pretty much recognize having. But there's like one or two like these that I'm just kind of like, huh? Oh, it is because it's these new cars, right? It's these stuff. It's from the car passes, this stuff that I didn't have before, I feel like. No? No, it's not this collection, interestingly. And this one as well. I don't know, I'm confused about some of these cars, to be honest. Mm-hmm. My message was this festival playlist. Yeah, whatever. Don't care about that. Jack crap. Okay. I'll get some free cars. Oh, there you go, Technic. Okay, cool. Now we got a bunch of super wheel spins. Let's go. Oh, Porsche Carrera. That's nice. I would have liked the Ford below, but hey. The rarer, the better, of course. Meh, don't care about any of that. Give me something good. Crap. It's all crap. It's all crap, man. Oh, a Ferrari. Speciale. Okay, I'll take that. Not my cup of tea, but it's something more rare. Ah, ringtones. Yeah. Mazda Speed. Toyota Super Deluxe Taxi. Okay. Bullshit. It's all bullshit. Yep, just some money and nothing special. Collection journal, what's that? Mm. I fucking hate that this doesn't actually get removed. Okay, change car. What do we have here? What's this car? We got this one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's an interesting looking car. Oh wow, it can barely do 100. I mean, it is an older car, I guess. Makes sense. Okay, what are the cars? Not a huge fan of what I'm seeing. I mean, it's cool, but we tried it out. Julia, no. Let's check out this Aston Martin. Oh, yeah, these are some of these stock cars are something else. But I mean, it's a B class. I expect them to be a little bit faster. Am I just misremembering the speed in this game? I mean, this one's an S1, so obviously this one's fast. But let's see how this one drives. We're just gonna check a few of these cars to get a feel for them. Bruh. I know like some of the stock cars are slow, but what is this? Hmm. I don't remember the game being this freaking slow. I mean, this is an S1 car. What the hell? This is an S1 car. Why is it stuck at 39 kilometers per hour? Bro, is the game bugged or something? Like, what the hell? Okay, there we go. Dude, what's with some of those stock cars? Holy shit, they're so slow. I'm kind of refusing to accelerate too. Hmm. Nah, I don't care about that. Bro, some of these cars are like garbage as stock. Like, this was an S1. I mean, this Acura is also kind of slow, to be honest, considering it has. Actually, wait, no, we were using the Integra at 8th tier, so that makes a little bit more sense. I mean, even the S1, low S1, it's worse than this one. Even though on paper the stats are better speed, better handling, better acceleration, better launch, but for some freaking reason, it drives like a old man. I have no idea. They messed up something. I'm pretty sure cars were faster than this. Let's try this one a little bit. Some of my older cars. I'm pretty sure they were all faster than this. No? Dude, we're even driving in kilometers per hour, so what the hell? Dude, I'm very confused. Okay, so there's something wrong with the controller, I guess. Oh, fucking they messed up with the settings. They messed up with the settings. They messed up my settings, I think. Controls, advanced controls, down off. Okay, so mouse. Uh, I don't know where under the settings it would be. It basically they messed up the. Mm, they messed up with the like the thing. What you gonna call it on the controllers? You know, like when you tap it lightly, you know, versus tapping it all the way. For some reason, on my controller, it doesn't accept um like the feature being disabled. So if I disable the feature, you know, for like pressing this stuff, it just disables my acceleration essentially. That is so fucking stupid. And mind you, this is an Xbox controller too. This isn't like a third party or anything like that. It's like an Xbox controller. That is so fucking dumb. So yeah, I'm basically limited in the acceleration if I disable the feature. And then if I this is so dumb, man. This is genuinely so dumb. Ah, okay. Oh, what are the cars we have? What are the cars we have around here? I did not know that it messes with that setting. That's really stupid. So I have to destroy my controller faster. pressure control or whatever it's called. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't remember this car. I don't remember getting this car. This looks like a tank, though. Holy crap. What the hell is this car? What is this tank of a car? Mm-hmm. Oh, this car looks like a toy, not gonna lie. It kind of looks a little bit like a toy. Just a little bit. Volkswagen. Toyota. Toyota. Mm-hmm. Mm. Do I have one of these? I don't think I do. No, I don't. I don't actually have one of those. So I could buy it if I wanted to. What's this one? I mean, 10% off isn't that much. Very colorful interior. Mm-hmm. Meh. Oh my god, what's with the car? This one's can you please stop? Dude. Some of the physics in this game leave a little bit to be desired. Mm, mm, I need even more. Mm-hmm. What are the cars do we want to try out? I mean, I'm kind of looking at the ones that I have, but I should probably check the store. There's probably a lot more new stuff that got added in the meantime. Futuristic. Mm, meh. And what's next? Don't care. Don't care about the Ferraris, to be honest. Fords. I mean, you have all of these. I've driven all of these. Thunderbird does look pretty nice though. Let's try it out. Let's try out the classics. Kind of annoying that you can't go back to actually play these whenever you want. Mm-hmm. What cars do we have here? So we got this one. I do like that Mazda Furai. That looks interesting. The Zoo Racer, Altezza. I already checked this one actually. Lotus Exige, Porsche. Raleigh Golf, Lamborghini. We missed out on the Countach. TVR Cerbera, Chupan. Meh. Italian exotics. Italian exotics. Lamborghini Temerario. And Ferrari. De Tomaso. Maserati. Ferrari, De Tomaso. Alfa Romeo, Spider, Huracan. Huracan Evo, Huracan LP. Lancia Stradale. Huracan Evo Spider. Pagani Hura. And then last one's this one. Okay. Don't really care. Don't really care. Pretty sure I have the auto zoom. Auto zoom. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this whole FOMO stuff. That's kind of why I stopped playing. I should stay in my lane, shouldn't I? Maybe. I should try at least. Alright. Got bored of this. Jeep Wrangler Unlimited. Looks kind of cool. Formula Drift. Type R 2023. Koenigsegg, like small. Yeah, that was the tanky looking thing. Diablo, Gallardo, Revuelto. Aventador. Urus. Okay, SUV Lamborghini. Lancia. Land Rover. Lexus. Lotus. Maserati. Mazda. Let's try this one now. It looks cute. I do kind of like this little buggy. I wonder how I can customize this one. You know, I can go to um let's go check up and see what cars are new, like actual new cars around here. Sort by, can I sort by newly added? Okay, stuff that I don't have. And that's preferably not super expensive, of course, because I don't want to burn all of my money on just one car. Mm-hmm. Subaru, Panzer Viper, Sierra cars. I kind of like this, especially the red one. Looks kind of silly, cute but silly. Superman. That's also fun. Three-wheeler. Radical. Porsche. Oh, that one does look kind of cool. Missionar. But it's expensive as hell. Mm-hmm. Nissan. Nissan. Fairly easy. 370 Nismo. Nismo GTR. GTR Nismo. I like them all. Mm-hmm. And that one's expensive now. Can't really afford the Nismo GTR LM. I mean, I can, but I don't want to burn half my cash. X-Ray, Mini Coopers, cute. Mercedes. Big truck. Trucky boy. Spintail. F1 GT. McLaren. Bay, McLaren Fly. Maserati. Lamborghini. Vintage Huracan. Essenza, Murcielago, Aventador. Huracan again. Koenigsegg, Regera, Jesko. Jep. We got the Jep. This one kind of looks cool, not gonna lie. XJ220 STWR. Hyundai. This one also looks kind of cool. I mean, the Rebecca one seems kind of cool. Let me check it out. Not kind of cool. It's only 5% off though. No, that's fun enough. I could also keep it clean, I guess. What does this look like? How's this one? Meh. Manufacturer colors. You can make the car look really silly. You know some of these colors? Some of these options, man. Wooden car, okay. Ah. Civic Type R. Older Civics. Oh, this one has 4 wheels in the back. GG. There's a GG truck. GG Muri. There's a Gremlin. Oh, she hunters. That's kind of funny. Oh, Siren. I wonder how this one looks. Yeah, I don't like these. Washed, like kind of like, you know, hashed out, blurry ones. Formula Drift. Looks nice. Now what else? These are drift ones. I don't want those. Deluxe. Real classic, like true classic. Super van, that's fun. Ferrari Monza. Dodge Viper, the Baptiste. Yeah. Datsun. Chevys. Mhm. M3s. Oh, AutoZam. I didn't have one. I thought I had one. Yeah, I kind of already have all of the cars that I really want to. That's about it for appearance. Train. Nothing special, nothing that I like. Let's see, any new designs for this tiny little car. A cardboard toy, okay. That's funny. Fisher Price. Okay, no, those are dumb. Okay. What other cars do I have that aren't yet customized that maybe I would like customized? Hmm. I have two M3s that I haven't customized yet. And this one. Designs and paints. No. Fine design. Anything interesting for this one? Mm, nope. Nothing in particular for this one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, barely any customization whatsoever. It was like one thing. Bre. Okay. Let's try this one. Designs. Find the new designs for this one. Show me something nice. What the hell is this? Looks broken. Weird. I guess just a thumbnail. What? I didn't buy that. Uh, mm, Return home. Pretty sure I didn't select that, but okay again. Um, mhm. Broken. Broken. They're broken. You know what? I'll pick it. I'll take it. Ruha? Sure. More visible skins. The quality is not quite what I want. And also it's reverse. Unfortunate. Find new designs. Give me something good. Something that actually appeals to me. W drift. No. Don't really see anything. Probably end up going for something more classic in the end. Most likely. I don't see anything that I like here. That's unfortunate. Let's go all the way to the front. What's this one? know, it's another one of those which I don't like in terms of like visual. I want them to be a little bit more clear as a style. Oh, I kind of like this one. Reminds me of like old underground stuff, like underground one style. Yeah, it does remind me a little bit. It doesn't work as well with the general quality and aesthetics of this game. Let's try this one. No. The Beamers don't really have designs that I like for the most part. Nope. I'll probably just go with this one. Meh. Not a fan of it, but it is what it is. Does this one have any interesting designs? Oh, Chihaya for this one as well? Okay. Man, let's try this one out first. It uses that style again. I don't like this style. It looks nice, but it's not my style. Let me just try this one. See how it looks. No. No, 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 no. Ba, ba, da, ba, 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 ba. What's this one? How does this look? Oh, this one looks nice. I don't dislike the color either. You know what? This one can stay like that. What else? Oh, this one. Any cool skins for this one? Oh, we got a Henya one right off the bat. Let me try this one. I kind of like the color scheme and oh, it has a pretty nice actually balance. Simple but effective. I'll keep it. Next. All right, coupe. Haven't checked this one in a while. Maybe they have some new skins for this one. I mean, it looks pretty sick as it is, but I'm curious. Axel World. There's some interesting stuff around here for sure, but nothing that really captivates me. What else could I almost kind of want to go for the basic stuff. Mm. This one looked kind of okay. Yeah. And stay like that. I don't think I've tuned this card though. Mm-hmm. Okay, we got the I like a part of me kind of wants to do the side story stuff, you know, the mission thingies, but at the same time, the game's story has been so like bare bones and so like kind of like not there that I don't actually care enough about the characters in the grand scheme of things to actually go out of my way and do those things. Nothing new around here. Like, I should be doing these things, right? But I kind of don't care. If I'm being perfectly honest. I really don't care about some of these stories anymore. I have 2 DeLoreans. Yay. Drift, sure. Mm-hmm. Um, I will say I do like the sounds in the tunnels. The transition does have a really nice ring to it. Mm, where? Oh, over there. Mm-hmm. No, thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at my car. That's kind of funny. What other cars do we have that I haven't tried and would be nice to try? Checked on that. Yeah. So, trying to remember which one was the one that I used to drive the most. I think it was this one. during the playtime, I mean. I don't think it was this one because it's 692, so the score is not maxed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was in this one. But I do like Laplace. Oh, yeah. Dodge SRT Lemon. Lemon. Dodge SRT Lemon. Stock version, though. Meh. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, this one's almost sitting still. Once it. Oh, yeah, almost perfect circles. Oh, yeah, perfect circles. Let's go. So this card can do perfect circles. That was fun. What other cards do we have that we can mess around with a little bit? Grand Cherokee, that's kind of cool. I don't think I used that one. Yeah, this one I definitely used quite a bit during the story. I remember that one. And then, and then. Needs more, 35. Probably should try. Which one is this one? Ah, it was the Met one. Messan. Nikujaga. Ow. I didn't want to hurt the car like that. What other Nissans do I have around here that I haven't maybe used in a while? In a hot minute. Fairly easy. I need to probably... Yeah. Peugeot. Peugeot. My only Porsche. Oh, I haven't used this one at all. Let's see this one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is interesting looking car. I'll give it that. No. Stay to the road, please, a little bit more. I mean, it looks cool. I'll give it that. I mean, cars look cool in general, so you know, there's that for sure. Hyundai. Lamborghini. Mazda. Mazda. McLaren. Okay, don't care. Mercedes Benz. Oh yeah, that was that little thingy. The Cooper Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi. Nissan. 98. Okay. Noble. Peugeot. The Peugeot. And I got the Porsches. Ram, the Subarus. And the Toyotas. Yaris. I like that Yaris. Ashu. It has Ashu on it. No, 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 no. Alright, it shows everything by default. I have to constantly disable everything. Volkswagen, rolling. Okay, well, Toyotas. I have both of these, which I haven't used. Let's try this electric version. Pretty sure this is an electric car. Just based on the design. I mean, it doesn't look bad, but it drives bad. I mean, to be fair, most of these cars stock uh, aren't all that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting. I was expecting something, but not feeling any of these cars right now. And that's one way of getting down, I guess. Not the best way of getting down, but one way. I don't know. I think I probably just burned out from the game because I did so much and I pretty much did everything in the game. I say that even though I didn't spend that much time. I don't think I have more than around 60 or so hours in the game. But, like, I've done everything that I wanted to do, and like the remaining stuff is just not appealing to me right now. I do like just driving around, but hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sure, why not? I'll take it. And this is Yuji's car. Yeah, that's his car. Yeah, I think I'm good on the progression side of things. Yeah, let's use the Hokusai car. Lasagna. Mhm. Bonk. Oh, it's not enough for even 1 star. Guess I had to come in with more speed. But I do like this car. Alright, we got 1 star, yeah. It's something. It's not much, but it's something. Which car have I not pulled out for a while that I want to? I've kind of used everything that I wanted to use for the most part. I'm going low on the lines. What car was this one? Was this a Donna car? Kind of reminds me based on the color, but it could be something else. Yeah, it was Donna. Oops. Doesn't take sharp corners like that very well. Wow, really? That's the best it can do. Can hold a steady 260. That's about the best it can do. But out of curiosity, what do I need for this speed drop? 321. Okay. Yeah. Good luck with that. I kind of don't like how the game really funnels you with almost all of the challenges towards like R rank. And it's like, okay, well, there's no point driving anything else outside of specific challenges. Mm-hmm. What's this car? I don't remember this one anymore. Mm-hmm. 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 No. Supposed to be a drift car, right? Supposedly. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bonk. Water in the engine. Water in the engine. Yeah, I think I checked up all my cars for now. I don't think there's anything new that I really want to drive. It was one of my old cars. Which one did I not take out for a spin? Um, kind of pulled all of them. All the regular cars that I drove. Oh no, I did do this one, big one. I forgot. It looks nice. I'm not gonna lie, the game looks nice. That much it has going for it, and the progression side of things was pretty okay too. I think the only thing that I'm not a huge fan of is the lack of customization in terms of body kits and stuff like that. That's about the only thing. And also, there's too many cars, which means it's kind of hard to find something you really like in terms of drive feel and stuff. And you kind of rely on others to tell you which are the good feeling cars and whatnot. And some of them are yeah, and also the other thing is like how expensive some of the end game cars are. And it's kind of like, yeah, no thanks. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million to pop for a car. No, thank you. Really? Oh, because we're going downhill, that's why. I was wondering why we're kind of keeping our speed and even increasing it. Okay, we're finally coming to a stop. A momentum. And we're going uphill now. I guess I can cruise control with this. Mm-hmm. Alright. I want to try this little thing. This Formula looking car. Well, more like a cart, but hey. That's a giant windshield. This feels like a toy. Feel like driving a slightly faster go-kart. Mm-hmm. 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 Bum, bum, bum. So much for that. Too much acceleration. Too much acceleration, and we went off the rails. Oh yeah, look at that view. That's some nice view. Aw. We're losing speed. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Cool, cool, cool. Uh, mm. What is this? Odd in gameplay? I have no idea. Odd in gameplay? Um, oh, this one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I have people getting viruses from trying to download GTA early. It's kind of funny to see how people are losing their mind over GTA. Like again, don't get me wrong. I'm getting hyped about certain games too. Like I kept talking about how I'm looking forward to Final Fantasy Resonance and all of that jazz. But I'm not going to try and download weird links and shit. I'm waiting for the game to release. Also, not buying keys off of shoddy websites and whatnot. But peeps be doing weird stuff nowadays. Oh well. It is what it is. Mm-mm-mm. Dude, YouTube likes recommending shit that I'm not interested in. I don't know why. Okay, change cars. One more time. I think I haven't used this one yet. The pickle car. Yep, nope. Not enough space to actually turn around. Ah, 1 star. Let's go back on the road. Thank you. The pickle car. Pickle car. Pickle car. Let's go with the pickle car. Tu stada pecora, pecora, peco, 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 peco. What else? I kind of feel like I drove everything at this point. Pretty much everything that I wanted. I took out for a spin. Out for the spinny spin. I just think like the game has too many cars and you kind of it all just blends in after a while. You kind of lose focus of like which cars you like, which ones you don't. There's so many to choose from, and you're kind of just always thinking which one should I drive, and I don't know. I feel like this is one of those cases where too many options is actually a bad thing. I really do think there's a few too many options here at this point. I did like this one. Oh, actually, I remember which car I didn't take out for a spin. I forgot the name of it, but hey, the golden glow car. Golden glow. You'll love to see it. That was okay, sort by filter by wait, there's an X rank? Yes, it is. It was this one. The Akutan car. Let's avoid a speed trap because I'm sneaky like that. Too fast. Car is a bit too fast. Can't even leave the station properly. Okay, change car. What other classification? So that's X. What's R? R is 900 plus up to 998. Oh yeah, there was this one as well. The other Chihaya car. Mm. You wanna go past me? Go past me. Nobody's stopping you. My guy. Go past me. There's enough room for the both of us. I do like the car. And I do like the delivery as well. Very well made. Not like the biggest fan of the front white discs, but also doesn't look bad. It gives it definitely a different vibe. Mm. See a car. What car is it? What car is it? I don't think I have one of these. Sure, why not? But we store it in a garage. Garage. Into the garage with you. Hey, look, it's a golfing field. Golffield. I'm the golf ball now. Bonk. It's a hole in one. Something, something, right? Bonk. Bonked another one. Three stars. Yay, we got a spinny spin. I need to go run those again. Launch control and peer pressure. But I kinda don't wanna, man. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Of course. Mhm. Can't really do a perfect circle, but get out of my way, man. You've ruined my circles. You've ruined my perfect circles. Near perfect circles, I guess. Okay, what? Wait, when did I get another spin? And I'll take it. But I didn't remember getting a second spin. Actually, like, do we have any other R ranks that I used to use? No, I don't think so. Porsche. 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 Oh, this was the Silver Wolf one, right? Yeah, the 999 Silver Wolf. Dude, this car is crazy. I have no idea where we're going. I'm kind of just driving around. But it is a nice car. Where are we going? Oh, that way, okay. Like, just for cruising here and there like this is kind of cool to jump in the game every now and again, just to drive around a little bit, mess around. And some people make some really nice liveries as well. Can be really fun to get one of these cars rolling. Great interior. I think this is the car that I already passed, right? Nope, this is a different one. Volkswagen GTI. Okay, it's not stock either. One more to the collection, I guess. Highway driving. Let's go. Oops. I mean, we're checking everybody, I guess. Which way are we even going? Oh, yeah, we're going into the city. Okay. Oops. Maybe slow down a bit. Hmm. Oh, nice meeting spot up here. Where is this? Okay, cool. This is kind of cool. There's a car down there. Let's go check out that car. Okay, we're going down here then. Get out of my way. You are in my way. Almost at the car. Almost. Come on. 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 I feel like I already have this one. Mm-hmm. I can check. Honda. NSX R92, right? It's this one, yeah. Yes, this one. I got you. Mm-hmm. Where do I want to go? I don't even think I want to go anywhere. No, that's fine. Bond treasure. Treasure cards. Western Starlight. Yeah. Oh, I need to discover the winter as a season. What season are we in now with the festival? We're in the autumn right now. So winter's in like 2 days. We can unlock that one. Where? Where are we at? Where are we at? Small streets. So pretty. But yeah, I think we've driven enough for the day. I think I've had enough of this. I'm gonna leave it at that. Yeah, put that controller over there. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it for today, though, guys. I'm gonna go chill a bit, and then we'll be back tomorrow evening for the Gamescom opening night live, I think, and see how that goes. See if then we get anything interesting in terms of news and updates. And yeah, that's gonna be it for today, guys. Catch you all tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is over your place. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye.